and he told me all along, he's like, I won't take it, even if I won't take it, I just want to do the interview. I'm like, you're a dead man if you
That's right. That's right.
Is that Matthew?
Yes.
Is a lady out in the lobby with a red shirt? I'm just gonna go check.
Is the kid? That's what I'm talking about. This is what I used to do.
I'm gonna say, please rise for the presentation of the colors. I'll announce their names while they're coming. And then what do you want me to say to drop? Because or do you want me to announce her and then I will say, thank you for leading the pledges. That'll be their cue to drop. Sorry, excuse me. Okay. Or. And so they should drop after. Just tell them to do it as soon as they get up there and just tell them to drop. And then I'll announce her.
This regular meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 6:02 p.m. I'm very pleased that you have taken time to join us this evening. As the Judson Board of Trustees, we are here to set goals and policies and oversee the management of the district. We are responsible for approving budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and to listen to reports from the superintendent. We are not here to make administrative or management decisions pertaining to the daily operations of the district. This is the responsibility of the superintendent. In compliance with the State Government Code on Open Meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. This is a meeting in public, not a meeting of the public. As our guest, you are welcome to observe and listen. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it is legally mandated that these proceedings are recorded accurately, I may have to ask for order periodically should I notice that disruptions are interfering with our recording capabilities. Once again, I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have established a quorum and we will take roll using our devices. Do I need to push proceed? Is it doing anything? Let me see. There we go. Okay. And to my left is our interim superintendent, Dr. Milton Fields.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for being here.
All right. We will go on to our invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
If everybody could please stand and bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you collectively tonight to say thank you for placing a hedge of protection around our students and faculty in Judson ISD. We would ask that you be with us, and we thank you for another opportunity to recognize our students and faculty, and that we'd ask that you guide our board as we make decisions on the community and the students in the district. All these things we ask and pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Please stay standing for the presentation of the United States colors, led by the Judson High School Air Force, JROTC, under the direction of Lieutenant Colonel Mark Hyatt. Tonight's color guard is commanded by Cadet Captain Sebastian Bernal, carrying the U.S. flag. Cadet Airman First Class Brian Saldago, carrying the Texas flag. Cadet Master Sergeant Liam Hodges, front guard, and Cadet Master Sergeant Joseph Copeland, rear guard. Our pledge leader this evening is Amaya Brandon. Amaya is a 5th grade student from Rolling Meadows Elementary and is an active leader in the school community. She is consistently on the honor roll every 9 weeks. She is a school safety patrol and an Anchored for Life team leader, which involves her helping new students transition to our school. Outside of school, she is very busy displaying leadership and engaging in various extracurricular activities. She loves traveling and cruise vacations. She has been to 28 states and 14 countries. Thank you, Amaya, for leading our pledges.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Others earn art. Forward, art.
You may be seated. Please help us give another round of applause to Amaya for leading our pledges this evening. We have a certificate for you, Amaya, and we would love to take your picture. I know her family is sitting back here, is super proud of her. And I know her Rolling Meadows family is here. There they are right there, Miss LaRue and Miss Rhodes. Thank you, Amaya. Thank you, Amaya. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is the start of spring, and so we are gearing up for our spring recognitions. If you didn't notice, we have a few students out there that we would like to recognize this evening, and we are going to start with our Judson High School Rockets Unified Special Olympics team, who has just won the state championship. We have the team here with us tonight. I'm going to call out their names so they can come in. Kyla Willett, Raul Garza, Jeremiah Tutt, Kavari Smith, Jamayan Allen, Ryan Fields, Gavin Harris, Julius Calhoun, Christopher Solis, Carlos Suarez. And their coaches are coming in, coaches Amy Paul, David Saldana, Easton Silverman, and Jacques Dupree. Look at those smiles and look at those medals. This is incredible. And as they are gearing up to take some photos, I'd like to just tell you a little bit about this tournament. Sanctioned by the UIL, the Unified Champion Schools is a unique Special Olympics program in partnership with the U.S. Department of Education to promote inclusion and acceptance among students with and without intellectual disabilities. Schools that have a 2022-23 partnership for inclusion with Special Olympics Texas have the opportunity to compete. Now in its second year being a unified school, Judson High School is showing that it's a champion school that empowers young students to develop school environments where acceptance and inclusion between students with and without intellectual disabilities fosters respect, dignity, and unity by utilizing the programs and initiatives of Special Olympics. Judson Rockets Unified Special Olympics team beat Huntsville 33-24 to win their first state champion. Thank you to the leadership of their coaches. I know they've got a big crowd of our special education department back there wearing medals. We cannot tell you how proud we are, and we look forward to more recognitions in the future. We have some certificates for you, Coach. Thank you. If the special education department staff would come in so we can just take a quick picture, please. They're all here. Congratulations. Yay. Next up, I would like to introduce to you the Veterans Memorial High School boys basketball team. It's the entrance. As they are coming up, I would like to introduce the coaches. Coach Steve Perez, Coach Jamal Green Gaskin, Coach Devon Miller, Coach Brian Thomas, and manager trainer Jada Jones. Last year, Veterans Memorial High School boys basketball team made history by making it to the regional finals for the first time. This year, not only did they repeat making it to the regionals and being named regional champions, they also went to the state championship and were state semifinalists in the boys basketball UIL Final Four. They played their heart outs against the #1 ranked team in Texas, and although they came up a little bit short, they showed us what Patriot Nation is all about. We are so proud of the boys, especially the seniors, who have set a high standard and excellent model for the future of this basketball program. Hashtag earn everything every day together. I want to announce the boys' names. If you could just give us a wave so we can congratulate you one more time. Devon Speed Edge. Zach Rigg. Tyler Cook. Zach Andrade. Jordan Gatson. DJ Dorn. Devin Ford. Xavier Tuggle. Damarion Dennis. Gervais Mayweathers. William Navarro. Jamichael Moore. Giante Jones. Devin McLeod. Congratulations, team. Our next recognition comes from Wagner High School, and I would like to introduce the Wagner High School girls basketball team. This team is led by Coach Anissa Jackson, Vanessa Kraft, Lanique Brown, Robin Williams, and managers Savannah Jackson and Sienna Wilson. And as they get ready for a photo, I just want to say a few words about the team. There has been a long-standing tradition of excellence in girls basketball at Wagner High School. This year, the team came out strong by earning the regional championship title. And for the first time since 2015, the girls made a Final Four appearance and were named state semifinalists in the UIL State Championship Tournament. The Lady Thunderbirds brought the thunder, quite literally, with hail coming in through the building, and they showed great heart and perseverance in this tournament. They played so well and showed their sportsmanship and teamwork. Wagner ended their historic season with a 28-5 overall record, and we cannot wait to see them in action next year. And as a cherry on top, one of the team members was selected for the girls basketball state all-tournament team. This is an amazing accomplishment because the UIL only picks 5 people out of the entire state for that division, and it's usually coming from the 2 teams that played in the championship game, not necessarily the semifinals. So special shout out to Savani Sancho, who earned this honor. Now, to introduce the girls, please raise your hand and wave so that we can acknowledge you. L.A. Sneed, Savani Sancho, Brooke Bingheim, Janae Moore, Alina Garza, Anaya Bigley, Jalicia Jornet, Ferline Mass, Nia Williams, Mackenzie Amos, Karina Talavera. One more. This one. Thank you so much, ladies. It's okay. Thank you. All right, we got just a few more. Lots and lots of things to be proud of in our school district. Our next recognition comes from JECA, and this is the JECA film team led by Coach Paul Scott. Come on in. Yes, come on in. So last month, the JECA UIL film team participated in the UIL State Film Contest in Austin, Texas. The team submitted In Check, a film about 2 high school students competing in a high-stakes game of chess. In the film, students learned valuable lessons about each other, themselves, and what's important in life. This film was very successful and highly praised by the state judges, and the film made it to the state quarterfinals. In Check was nominated for the Nobility Social Impact Award. An award is given to students' films promoting social change. Given during the UIL Young Filmmakers Festival, this award honors short films that inform and inspire audiences about issues that the teams care about. In Check was selected as a state finalist and one of the final 4 films remaining to be awarded this special award. Although they didn't come away with first place, being a finalist was a tremendous honor to this team, and we are so proud of their efforts. Thank you. And I will just make a note that this team also filmed in Czech using their iPhones, which is very impressive considering that other teams that shot films had other equipment to use. So it is quite an amazing accomplishment that you all made it to the Final Four. This team, and in Czech, was led by Mia Youngblood, Jason Liserio, Sky Korbach, Astrid Burgos, Tatiana Alexander, Ava Pinel. I got everyone? Awesome. Thank you so much, JECA Film Crew. We cannot wait to see what you have in store for us in the future. Mr. Scott. All right. Meet the Veterans Memorial High School media team. They recently competed at the state media competition in Austin, Texas. The team tied with a 95% overall. They ranked as ready to be used and posted for news about the overall competition. The team walked away with the 2 medals, which is the maximum number of medals a school can receive at this competition. The team received medals in broadcasting and in social media, and if you follow them on social media, you will know why. And the individual team members' scores range from 90% to 100%. This is the team: Benjamin Cisneros, Ivy Keen Dawes, Gael Reali Vasquez, Miranda Revilla, Frida Hernandez, and Connor Valdez. They are led by Mr. Chad Schugert for Veterans Memorial High School. Congratulations, media team. One final recognition. This one comes from your Judson ISD communications team, who has received many state recognitions from the Texas School Public Relations Association. The annual Star Awards recognize its members' outstanding education, communications, and projects from all 20 regions and 1,000 plus school districts in Texas. Independent, impartial judges evaluate each work and project based on set criteria. They award gold, silver, and bronze Star Awards, best of category, and crystal certificates of merit for an all-encompassing year-long communications project. The Judson ISD Communication Department submitted projects executed from the 2021-2022 school year. This team was awarded 20 state-level recognitions with 10 gold, silver, 7 silver, 1 as best of category, and 2 crystal certificates of merit. Congratulations to this incredible team that I am so proud to be a part of. We have Brianna Estrada, Kimberly Cathy, Natalie Guzman, PJ Cabrera, Leticia De Leon, Lexi Greathouse. Johnny Tejeda couldn't be here.
All right. While we were doing recognitions, Ms. Eaton and Mr. Macias were able to join us, so we have our full board present. The next item on the agenda is the public comment period. This is the time for citizens, staff, and students to provide their comments to the board. A meeting that is open to the public under this act is one that the public is entitled to attend. However, the act does not give the public a right to speak at such public meetings, except to address their grievances through the proper channels. As a courtesy to the public, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees allows time for public comment. Statements and questions from the audience will not be permitted during other portions of the meeting, so please sign up for public audience if you have comments to present. To have your comments heard tonight, your name and the topic of the comments must be written on the sign-in sheet prior to the start of the meeting, which is located in the rear of the meeting room. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes to complete his or her comments. As the presiding officer, I will strictly enforce that time limit. Also, profanity, yelling, inappropriate, uncivil, or discriminatory comments will not be permitted. In accordance with Judson ISD Board Policy BED Local, in the event your comment, in my judgment as the presiding officer, constitutes a complaint or charge against an employee or officer, it will be necessary for me to interrupt you, ask you to stop, and direct you to seek resolution of your complaint through the district's appropriate formal grievance policy, DGBA for employee complaints, FNG for student or parent complaints, or GF for public complaints. By law, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees cannot lawfully discuss, deliberate, make comments, or make a decision on any matter raised in the public comment period which is not specifically listed on the board agenda for this meeting. With those cautions in mind, we will now be glad to hear the general comments. Ms. Marilyn McKinney, you are the first person speaking about the District of Innovation Plan.
Good evening. This evening I am speaking to you as the president of the Judson Education Association on behalf of my membership. I am addressing the point of the District of Innovation proposal that is going to be presented to you this evening. It is my understanding, based on the long ongoing discussions with the current administration, Dr. Fields specifically, that they are going to request that Proposal 4 be pulled. We wholeheartedly support this recommendation. That is the one that deals with class size ratios. We understand further that their district has put in place staffing for the ensuing school year at 21-to-1 based on the current enrollment. We wholeheartedly approve and are pleased with this movement on the part of the administration. The administration has also endeavored to set in place registration scheduling that they believe will help impact overcrowding situation. Based on these movements by the administration, we believe they have in fact made a good faith effort to address this topic. And we again would endorse your pulling Proposal 4 on the District of Innovation plan. While we endorse this measure, and we are pleased with the good faith effort made by the current administration, we would be remiss if we would not point out to you that while we do choose to have faith and trust, we will remain vigilant in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the only person who signed up for the Citizens to be Heard section. So we'll move on to item 4, the superintendent report. We have several sub-bullets under this. I believe it's going to be one presentation. Is that correct, sir?
Correct.
Okay.
It will be Dr. Saunders and Dr. Toppin together. They'll speak to our elementary level, middle of year scores, as well as our 7th grade secondary level middle of year scores. So, Dr. Saunders.
Yes, sir. I do have to say for the record, following recognitions is a tough gig. I just want to say that for the room. Yeah, absolutely. That's a good way to look at it.
We have some medals here. Would you like to wear one while you present?
I did see all that swag being handed out. I was feeling a little left out. Good evening, board. President Rodriguez, Interim Superintendent Dr. Fields, thank you guys for taking some time to allow us to share some data with you today. So based on the superintendent report, we're going to talk about a couple of components. My goal today is to go slow and steady and make sure that I have answered all questions. So at any point, feel free to interrupt and ask as many as needed. We're going to talk a little bit about reading in regards to goal number 1. I also want to remind you guys just briefly about the tools that we use to gauge reading. So we're talking about M-Class and Amplify, and we've had lots of conversations about this in the past. M-Class is the tool that we use to assess students. Amplify is the tool that we use to provide targeted lessons for students. So based on goal number 1 of the superintendent report, it focuses on third grade STAR scores. In order for us to really point our attention to third grade STAR scores, we need to, of course, back map the data to make sure that we are hitting targets in first and second grade, because of course those students are going to be taking STAR down the line. So the very first component that we're going to look at is GPM 1.1, which is first grade reading overall. And as you guys can see, we have data based on our BOY assessment along with our MOY assessment. The BOY assessment are the bars that are in blue. The MOY assessment are the bars that are in red, broken down into subpopulations as well as all students across that grade level. So I would like to focus our attention to emergent bilinguals for just a moment. As you guys can see based on the data, emergent bilinguals took a dip, and we want to just kind of explain why that data piece looks the way it did. The emergent bilingual students for BOY had the opportunity to take the assessment in the language that they were strongest in at that point in time. So for example, if a student was newly enrolled in a school here in Texas and their native language of Spanish were the stronger language spoken, that's the language they took the assessment in. Then as they took the MOY assessment, it was both English and Spanish. The goal moving forward is for us to test emergent bilingual students in both languages for beginning, middle, and end of year for the purpose of promoting that bilingual literacy or that biliteral certificate. We did not do that this time. We made the choice to test the students in the language that they were more comfortable with at the beginning. So we do see a discrepancy in the data when you look at BOY compared to MOY. I'm going to pause right there, see if we have any questions about that. Mr. Diaz?
You saw my face.
Absolutely.
Just out of curiosity, what was the rationale for your thesis of having them test in how you just described? Sorry.
Sure. So a couple of different components. First and foremost, whether it was right or wrong, it's about student comfort. So we do have a lot of students coming into the setting that are native speakers in Spanish and immersing them into a classroom or a situation where most students may speak English. So first and foremost was student comfort. What is it the right move? There's a debate there, right? Second component is pieces of this were new to teachers. So there is an element there about us talking about how can we, within the minutes of the ELA block, make sure that we are allowing an opportunity for that assessment to take place in both English and Spanish. Because really what we're talking about is double the time it would take for a typical assessment.
What about, like, I'm assuming there's a maybe small portion of students in that emergent bilingual bucket whose home language is not Spanish, that it is some other language?
Correct.
But I'm also maybe assuming that the test is not offered in those languages. So those students tested initially in English?
That is correct. We have 91 students in first grade that are emergent bilingual, and 3 of them are neither English or Spanish.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Are we good there?
I have a question.
Absolutely.
I guess the main question I have is with Amplify is, again, evaluating the data comparatively. And we've talked about this at some length about how is this really measuring up with other districts, just like you would see with the taper reports and the STAR. So I see this initial deal, but it's not broken down. I think the data could be by campus, right? I think it's out there already by campus and what MOY and beginning of year Is that correct? So I still would like to see what that snapshot looks like now. And then somehow, I just can't imagine there's not a district willing to collaborate with their own Amplify if they use that or something similar, just so that we have a baseline. If this is an assessment in terms of if we're moving forward in the right way. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Just want to put that out there. Is there a comment you have on that?
So two things, right? In essence, what we're doing is we're looking at Judson with Judson, right? And so the component about reaching out to other districts, I wholeheartedly agree that's something we'll move forward. I put it on my list. The other piece is within your packet, you do have campus data broken out. That is only for third grade. So if the request is that we would like to see this at the first and second grade level, I can make that happen. That's not a problem at all.
Well, and obviously third grade, we have data that comes in from the state. But, if we're looking at Amplify, we use it for kinder first and second, or is it just first?
First, second, third,
Okay.
and up, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So the first grade would obviously, there's not the same testing criteria. So I would just, again, like to know, and if you can find that information, it would be helpful just
Yes,
to
sir.
see that we are moving in the right direction.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, so we're going to move on to 1.2, which is second grade. So same conversation here with second grade that we had before with our emergent bilingual students. We can see that progress across the board with the exception of special education and emergent bilingual. When we get to the last slide for reading, we're going to talk a little bit about what are the next steps, right? I'm always concerned about we spend 90% of the time talking about the problem and 10% of the time talking about the solution. So what we're going to do is we're going to get to that last slide here in just a few minutes and talk about what are all the things we've put in place the second this data dropped. What are the things that we turned around within 2 days at the district level? All right, next is 1.3, which is third grade. So if we take a look at third grade, the story reads a little bit differently, right? So if we take a look at BOY compared to MOY, we can see that there is a drop in almost all sub-pops. So questions we're asking is, what's the difference between BOY? What's the difference between MOY? BOY is measuring where students are coming in. MOY at that point is where should they be in middle of year? The piece that brings a little bit of comfort is when you look at the drop, we're not talking about significant numbers here. We're talking about small tweaks. So then the conversation we had as campus leaders are, what is that low-hanging fruit? What are those things that we can identify right now that will make this incremental difference for these students in third grade? I'm going to turn to the next slide for just a second, but I will go back if you'd like me to. So when we talk about a little bit about what is that low-hanging fruit, what are the things that we need to do right now to make these changes? It's broken down into two pieces, a curriculum and instruction adjustment, and then as well as changes in professional learning for our academic leaders and campus principals. So when we talk about curriculum and instruction adjustments, the very first thing we did was we started to think about what are those levers that we can pull at the campus level that are going to get us most bang for our buck at the time this assessment rolled out, so February, by the time the data dropped. What are those levers we can pull that are already in place at the campus level that maybe we just need to do small tweaks on to get us most bang for our buck? And one of those pieces are our RTI teachers. That is like hidden gold, right? Because these are exceptional teachers who have the opportunity to target struggling students in a very intentional way. So what we decided to do was we were going to provide targeted professional development for these RTI teachers who are already gifted teachers. But the idea is provide this targeted intervention for these RTI teachers based on very specific skills that if we turn them around now, we will see pay and dividends by the time these guys take the EOY and for third grade, the STAR test. So to date, we have had 3 sessions, and I would be remiss if I didn't explain to you guys. These sessions take place at 7:15 in the morning. On average, we have 74 individuals getting up and coming to professional development at 7:15 in the morning. It is remarkable. Not only has this morphed from just RTI teachers, but now it's RTI teachers, campus principals, assistant principals, special education teachers, general education teachers. We had one of these sessions this morning, And to tell you that we were spilling out into the hallway is not an understatement. I made the comment to Dr. Fields, when you schedule professional development at 7:15 in the morning, and it is standing room only, you have tapped into something important, right? So the takeaway for us is we need to do a better job moving forward for 23-24 to develop these targeted interventions for RTI teachers at the very beginning, right? As opposed to waiting until February. But when we saw the data drop, we knew we had to find a lever that we could pull, simple implementation, but great reward. Next piece we talked about is we developed a set of supplemental aids that could basically be turned around instantly. So a perfect example of what we did today was we talked about a strategy of cups, CUBS. It's a way for students to take a word that they're unfamiliar with, and with 4 easy steps, break this word down and to be able to figure out the definition, right? So the idea behind that was we delivered it this morning at 7:15. This mass of individuals go back to their campus and they turn it around to students and they turn it around to teachers. Next piece on here was intentional focus on district-wide fluency. So we had a data review on February 14th with all the campus principals. It was supposed to be 3 hours. It turned into an all-day affair. It was pretty remarkable. One of the pieces that we learned as we went through this intensive data review was we're missing the mark with a fluency practice. And fluency informs every component of reading, especially comprehension. So what we decided to do was we made a commitment right then and there as campus principals. We're going to turn around at our campus and we're going to say, by Friday of this week, every student will have a fluency folder. We're going to train kids on how to do that fluency practice with each other, and then we're going to turn it around and make sure it's ready to go. The other thing we did, which is probably my favorite part, is we started to calendar very intentional instructional walks with senior staff and the campus principal popping into the classrooms for the purpose of just giving feedback. But one of the beautiful side effects is we were able to identify some exemplar classrooms. I mean, teachers that are doing it right from day one. So then the idea behind that was give these guys their props, and now let's start funneling other teachers through there so that they can see Judson ISD staff with Judson ISD students making things happen. It's a different impact when you have your own exemplar teachers providing what I'll call professional development, as opposed to having an outside entity come in and take care of that for us. The campuses that we've identified right now, we've added about 3 more since the board presentation was presented for you guys, so we're super excited about that opportunity. In fact, Dr. Duhart-Toppin and I were talking today about now tapping these exemplar classrooms to provide professional development in August for our new teachers as well as our teachers across the district. And then the last piece for CNI is we took our CNI specialists and we assigned them to campuses to be there all day, every day, and as much as needed to help with both disaggregating data, model teach, teacher preparation, questions or concerns that may come up at the campus level, and that has made a huge impact. We did an instructional walk yesterday at Candlewood. Both instructional specialists, both curriculum specialists were there. We had an opportunity to watch these guys engage with teachers and students. It was fantastic, so we're very proud of that piece. Then if you take a look at the right side, these are all the things that we have implemented or talked about moving forward with in regards to professional learning. So as I mentioned, we had a data review on February 14th with the elementary principals, where we created a targeted list of students for 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. The principals actually went through every teacher's individual data and created this targeted list for them, not for the purpose of handing a teacher your list and saying, now go, but for the purpose of immersing them in the data so they could turn that process around at the campus level. So when we go to do these instructional walks as senior staff, we are given a list of targeted students that say, in this 3rd grade classroom, when you walk in there right now during intervention time, you're going to see these 6 students sitting with the teacher. So it's really that trust and verify, right? So we turn that piece around, and now we're going to go in and make sure that that targeted intervention is happening. Next piece is professional development calendar has been developed for RTI teachers like we talked about. These sessions take place every 2 weeks. Our academic leaders meetings are taking a different feel as well. The campus principal attends the academic leaders meetings with the academic coach or academic trainer so that we can hear the same information at the same time. And then it really allows those two or those three individuals to have dialogue with each other, right? What does this look like on our campus? What are our next steps? How are we doing with this piece? As the campus principal, the question is, what can I do to support you? What do I need to do for next steps? Do I need to carve out time? Do we need to come together and get a PLC? What are these pieces looking like? And then the last piece, super nerd right here. I'm very, very excited about this. We have put together a group of campus principals to serve on our instructional vision committee. And basically what this is an opportunity for us to get together as a collective group and say, who are we in Judson ISD? When we talk about instruction, who are we and what is our tombstone? Where are we firmly planted? What are the things we're not going to waver from? So we have this coming up in May. The idea is to flush it out by the time we have summer leadership with principals in June. Then we will roll it out again when we meet with principals and APs in July. We will roll it out again at the new teacher academy in July, and then the same thing for August PD when teachers come back, so that everyone knows in Judson ISD, this is how we feel about instruction. This is where we are firmly planted. These are our expectations. Super excited about that piece. Yes, ma'am.
Excellent, excellent.
Yes, you can serve on it. Was that the question? I'm just saying.
May I?
Perfect.
So Ms. Davis and Dr. Toppin, wherever she is, and Dr. Sanders, this sounds a lot like pulling those students that you are targeting, like what we saw over at Perales Elementary. So that's great. So the targeted campuses, how did you decide how many are at which schools? Because a couple of the schools have two.
Data.
Okay.
Right. So was it reading? Was it math?
Okay.
Was it both? What are those components we can do as far as the low-hanging fruit? Is this just an easy turnaround, or is this we need a little bit more hands on deck?
Mm-hmm. Great job. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
No, I agree. I'm really enjoying this very deep dive into everything you're doing. So a lot of confidence and I'm very impressed. But two things. And follow up to the data, and you don't have to switch the slide. The other thing that I think would be helpful for my assessment is what we did with Amplify the previous year. So I'm seeing what's happening in the beginning of year, middle of year, but what did that look like the previous year? Because we've used Amplify for a number of years now, correct?
Correct.
So to see if we have a bigger distance of growth, whatever, just so for perspective purposes. Secondly, I do believe in the whole message of small classrooms are, like what the RTIs are going to do to target. But I think it would be great to give that professional development to all our teachers for small groups, because we all know that every student needs that attention. So later on through our budget process, we'll talk about what can we do to help teachers in the classroom by creating synergy for more small groups so that this can actually help all of our students, because I think that there's some truth to the strategy. This helps student development. So I just wanted to put that in your ear to think through that this professional development has to expand further than our RTIs and to teachers in the classroom to give them that experience.
I absolutely wholeheartedly agree. Yes, ma'am.
I forgot to ask. So do the teachers that you're doing the instructional walk with, they know that this is not an evaluative tool, you're not evaluating them. These are just simply instructional walks to help them to be able to implement these strategies.
Yes, I will answer that with a yes and an asterisk next to it, right? And the reason I say that is because teachers and their craft, right? Anytime you're entering into a space and you're observing a lesson, there's always going to be that piece of, I'm a little unsure, right? I'm a little unsure. And whether this was right or wrong, the campus principals don't even know we're coming. It's calendared that way. We just show up. Hey, walk us through. Let's talk about what we saw. so that hopefully we're getting a true picture of what's happening right now, not for the purpose of, hey, you need to fix this, for the purpose of what can we do to help. Yesterday when we sat down with Rochelle Diaz at Candlewood, one of the first questions I asked her was, what do you need from us? What can we do? Start your laundry list now. All right, we ready to switch gears to math? All right.
No.
Yes, no, not a problem.
I think we've got a couple more questions. over
Absolutely.
here. So what is your theory for why this seems to be impacting third grade differently from first and second grade?
So we have lots of conversations about this.
Yeah.
I think there's a couple of moving pieces, and part of this I'm going to tell you as a teacher. Once you hit February and you know we're now 43 days away from STAR, things change a little bit different.
Oh, yeah.
I would love to say that as a teacher, I was really well skilled at moving the curriculum forward while also addressing STAR strategies and logistics and all the pieces that you have to have in place as a 9-year-old to be able to sit through an assessment and grind away at it. That's not the case, right? Sometimes when we start getting closer to February and March, we pump the brakes a little bit on curriculum. We pump the brakes a little bit on really developing and delivering that effective Tier 1 instruction. Because all of a sudden we need to pull out a STAR passage or 2 or 3 because we need to build stamina. And we need to talk about the real life, how are you going to get through this passage if you're struggling? So sometimes what happens is we see a little bit of dip because we are focusing in a different way.
Yeah.
The other component I will say to you guys is these third graders, they have never been assessed before in the fashion they are now in regards to on the computer. It wouldn't be appropriate as a first or second grader to assess students constantly on the computer. So there's a learning curve there. So when we talk about those logistical pieces of STAR, one of those is how do we interact with the platform in which we're taking it? How do we access all those embedded supports that we know are going to help us? And that takes time.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Diaz, did you also have a question?
I did. So on the third grade, there is one disaggregated group that actually showed. Am I looking at the right one?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. There, is that why they had growth? It's a small population. Okay. And then the other question is, and actually kind of pivoting from like the student focus, Dr. Saunders, what do you attribute what seems like a higher amount of participation or excitement with staff in the PD work? Because it sounds like there's a little bit of surprise, excitement obviously, but like, have you tapped into why or the collection of why?
So I will speak to the why as a teacher, right? Like this is a calling. You don't become a teacher because you're checking off boxes, right? We don't teach reading, we teach children, right? So anytime you have a collective group of people getting in that space and learning how to improve their craft, it feels different, especially when we have our own doing the professional development or our own used as an exemplar classroom. I think the other piece to that is people are tired of COVID. We're tired of having these conversations about, well, these kids, they were in kinder when COVID hit, and these kids were in first grade when COVID hit. I think people are ready to get back to interacting with kids at an organic and authentic level and really diving into that piece that drives you as a teacher, which is seeing that light bulb, seeing kids achieve. And when we can give teachers the tools they need to make that happen more often and with more students, I think that's what fills their bucket. But I'm talking as a teacher, but I would imagine that would be the answer.
If I asked you to answer as an organizational leader, would it be different?
I think as the assistant superintendent of elementary, if that's what I'm bringing to the table, myself, I think that's hard to not lean into yourself.
Okay.
So I think the answer to that is if we have the fire and desire as an organization to give teachers what they need and help students achieve, then I think it's contagious.
If I could speak to that real quick. If I could have all the principals and assistant principals, please stand now. Thank you. As the senior staff, we literally brought this to the principals and the assistant principals, the RTI teachers. They immediately took ownership and said, okay, these are some of the things that we can do. And it was a collective back and forth. It wasn't senior staff saying, this is what you need to do. It wasn't them saying, we're going to take it on our own. It was everybody sitting down together collectively saying, this is the best way to approach this. To the point where we changed our principals meetings from once a month to twice a month, half a day, with a focus on instruction. We changed from having our principal check-ins every Monday morning to stop that, Dr. Fields, we'll get, yeah, whatever, you know, to we'll do it once a month. I can tell you that the whole conversation, just when you walk into the room, it's all about academic improvement. And it's just, it's a blessing to see. But I credit the people that you see standing before you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for being here tonight. I know that you aren't necessarily maybe participating in the presentation, but this is a reflection of your hard work, so thank you. Were there any other questions about the reading scores before we move on to math? Okay. All right, now I think you're ready.
Okay, so as we transition to math, just a couple of pieces to remember. So math is assessed through MAP, and then we use Eureka as the delivery tool. So very similar to Amplify. So M-Class for assessment, and then Amplify for the delivery. So MAP is the assessment, and Eureka is the delivery. So there are a couple of pieces to think about as we transition into math. Mr. Macias said this earlier, we've been in Amplify for a minute now, right? People are a little bit more familiar with it than they are with MAP and Eureka. So with that, you always have an implementation dip. So as we kind of talk through this data, and I just want to say that is not an excuse. We're going to talk a little bit about what that means, like nuts and bolts. So we have first grade math to start off with. If you take a look at first grade math, we can see growth in all areas with the exception of special education and 2 or more races. When you take a look very closely at special education, from 20 to 17%, and just for the record, hold on one second. That is the difference of 7 students at that particular sub-pop not finishing the assessment for whatever the reason was. So that's minimal student impact as far as special education is concerned. I'll leave it right there for a second, see if we have any questions.
I think my only question is, why are the emergent bilingual students at 0 at the beginning of the year?
So there was an issue with our data rolling over from NWEA to Eduphoria at the beginning. We are seeing pockets of that now, but not like we were at the very beginning. So our emergent bilingual students did take the assessment, but we don't have their data. Yes, sir.
Maybe it's, will we
Yes.
will we get the data?
Yes, we're working on it.
Okay.
So this is a long conversation between NWEA and Eduphoria. We're in the process of collecting that data back, pulling it back out. The problem was that as students transitioned over from the actual assessment piece into Eduphoria, their demographic data did not always follow them, especially for our students who are coded more than one way. So for example, if you were economically disadvantaged, Hispanic, and let's say possibly emergent bilingual, not all of those codes followed you. It may have been only 1 or 2. I will say for the record too, this might make you feel a little bit better. This is across any district that uses NWEA as well as Eduphoria in tandem. This is not just us.
Okay.
I will make a list to make sure I get that to you as soon as possible. I might need a piece. No, we got it.
She's running out of hands
I
to
am.
write.
It's my Palm Pilot. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so now we're going to transition to second grade math. So a piece to know about second grade math is that when these students were given the assessment for BOY, the actual math test was read to students. So if you take a look at the difference between BOY and MOY, you can see without that context, that looks a little alarming. So there are a few takeaways from this component, and one of those is just a reminder, as always, that reading impacts math. Any way you slice it, reading impacts math. The other piece to think about is, what does that mean for us as a district? Does that mean next year we just give the BOY assessment without reading it so that we can get clear, consistent data across the entire school year for these guys, BOY to MOY to EOY? It's a conversation. It's a continuing conversation that we have, but I think it reinforces the fact that reading impacts all subjects. So you can see that when the information was read to students, they scored considerably different than when students had to then move into the text before they could even access the math. You want to talk about difficulty, right? If I'm a student who struggles in reading and math, that's a double whammy because I have to plow through the text before I can even get to the part where I'm working with numbers. Yes, ma'am, I agree. I totally agree. All right. And our next one is third grade math. So this is a very similar conversation to what we had before, I believe, when Mr. Diaz or President Rodriguez asked why the different looking data in third grade. So I just want to reiterate again, as a third, fourth, fifth grade teacher, anyone who teaches STAR, once you hit February and March, things start to look very, very different in your classroom because unfortunately, due to STAR and the way that students are assessed, we do have to have conversations in the classroom about how to handle this, right? What are you going to do as a third grader when you see problems that you're not familiar with? How are you going to respond both academically and how are you going to respond emotionally? There's lots of conversations that take place. Yeah, it just keeps cutting in and out. There's lots of conversations that take place as far as trying to plow through that component of it. So the takeaway for us at the district level is to have conversations with campus leaders, have conversations with teachers about it is important. It is important to get kids ready for STAR and what those days actually look like, but it is equally important to make sure that we're moving curriculum and instruction forward at the exact same time.
Dr. Saunders,
Yes,
can
sir.
you talk a little bit about how it measures growth as opposed to the actual performance?
Yes. So we want to be really careful when we talk about MAP, for example, and STAR, because those are measuring two completely different things. MAP is measuring growth over time, and STAR is measuring student achievement. Now, when you get to fourth and fifth grade, there is a space there to have a conversation about growth as well, because they're compared to how they did the previous year. But when it gets to third grade, the conversation is almost apples and oranges, because this is measuring student growth, and STAR is measuring achievement. The takeaway behind this and where we would like to be is to ensure that as many students as possible are at or above grade level so that they can even access the STAR test. Because, not to go back to reading, but reading impacts all subjects. So if you're struggling in reading and you look at a student's reading data from Amplify and there's a struggle there, they can't even access third grade reading material, they're already at a deficit when they come to math. So the conversation is just continuous about as we raise the water level for students in reading, we're going to see that happen in math as well. Of course, there's a component that has to do with math, computation, and numbers, but in order to even get to that piece, they have to be able to access. Yes, ma'am.
So are those tutorials taking place during the day as well as before and after school?
They are, yes. And then it's the same piece that we talked about with reading. So the day that we met with campus principals on February 14th and we had this data review, not only did they develop this targeted list for every third, fourth, and fifth grade on their campus for reading, They also developed this targeted list for every 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade classroom in math. And then, of course, what do you see? You see students in both areas. You see students that are also struggling in reading, that are also struggling in math.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
I recall during a couple of our training sessions, it was mentioned that the STAR test is going to change next year.
STAR 2.0, yes, ma'am.
So these techniques that are being developed now, these are be able to assess the campuses and being able to adjust for that change?
Yes, ma'am. Closely aligned. Absolutely. Ms. Eaton, I'm really glad you asked that question. It's like I asked you to ask that question. Because when you, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. Especially when we talk about students who are receiving accommodations through RTI, 504, and IEP, the whole point is they're taking an assessment online with embedded supports based on their needs, right? So we want to make sure that they are also practicing that way on a daily basis. How do I access these embedded supports? How can I use these tools to help me move forward? That's the whole purpose, right? Is to make these things as closely aligned as possible. I will say, though, there is no program that does more than teacher efficacy. So that conversation about you can do this, you have the skills, we've practiced this, we've talked about it, you know what to do if you come across X, Y, and Z and are unsure. There is that component there that no program can deliver. And so that's the piece, that's the pressure right now that teachers are feeling, right? Have I done enough for these guys? Are they prepared, not only academically, but emotionally to enter into that testing season? Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
This is not a question, it's just a comment, that our teachers and our principals and our students do a wonderful job. And then here comes the state of Texas, here comes TEA, and what do? They raise the bar again. And each time they raise the bar, there's another level of stress. And it's like the domino effect. But they're doing their job. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to do. And then here comes the state, and they raise the bar.
Is it inappropriate to say amen?
No,
Okay,
go right
just
ahead.
checking, just checking.
And the church said?
Yeah, exactly right, exactly right.
Dr. Saunders.
Yes, sir.
So obviously, this is of enormous interest to me personally because I assume you're telling in all of this to let us know what administration is doing, what they're focusing on, but clearly you're going to enable the board also to weigh in. How can we help you? Because my goal is to ensure that we give our classroom teachers all the support they need. So as Ms. Bashal said, the bar is raised. Well, what do we need to give you to also meet that challenge? We don't have to be like, oh, well, that's how it is. We have to do something. So in terms of us being able to provide you and our leadership and teachers the resources, I take that very seriously. So as you're talking, I'm thinking, what do we need to do? And so I guess it would be helpful for me to also see this information much more broken down, because a student at Veterans Memorial area, or say an elementary school like Rolling Meadows, isn't going to be the same as a student at Park Village. And so you have to incorporate a different strategy in terms of how we're going to address these deficiencies. And so this information you're providing is fantastic, but I think it's very general. And so if I want to take away from this presentation something that we can do to help you, I want to understand that better. And of course, when we go to the budget cycle, we'll talk through some of these resources and strategies. But that's what I would like to also garner from presentations from administration.
And I think I'd offer, Mr. Macias, that I think there are many items on our agenda and on the budget cycle that connect to these things. So this is giving us that foundational information and understanding of what's going on to the district so that we can go back and then understand what is the call to action when it's in front of us. But I agree with you. We should be connecting. That's why we have these presentations, so that we can make these good decisions. But we need to have, we're having them on an ongoing basis. There won't always immediately be, and here's what we need. But that helps inform all the decisions
Well,
that we make.
and I don't expect that to be here.
And maybe you have an additional response,
Oh, I
but
But the reason I mention that is because I'm thinking here. I'm hearing all this information, but I'm thinking, well, what is the need in Park Village, or what's the need on the southern part of our district where there are more students who are economically disadvantaged? And I guess that's just my thought process. I'll be thinking through this as we go forward. If that's the intent, great. But I just want you to know that's what I'm thinking. What will we need to do? And so just wanted to put that in.
No, I appreciate the feedback. And my takeaway from that is, just like President Rodriguez said, we do have things on the agenda later on that we're going to be asking you guys to support. And one of those is allowing us to buy consumable sprints or fluency pieces for students in elementary school, right? So that teachers aren't having to stand at the copy machine and make copies, so that students have a workbook, a consumable fluency packet or math fluency packet in front of them called sprints, that we can see growth over time, all in one complete package, right? And the other piece to that is I do not have an issue drawing a distinct line between here's the data, here's our steps moving forward, here's the piece we need board support on. And that's an easy fix. What that looks like, I believe, is on this slide that we're looking at right now, adding an additional column to the right that says these are the resources we would need in the future. It's conversations for us to have. I think, as Dr. Fields says, clear is kind, and the more very delineated data that we can present, I think the better off we are.
And I do trust when you're making those recommendations and those assessments in the future that you will have talked with campus leadership and teachers on campuses to kind of get to that next level.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
100%.
Now, Dr. Sanders.
Yes, ma'am.
However, I'm going to take an issue with one of the statements that Mr. Macias made, because you did show us in the reading the campuses that you had to target in order for them to have more, what was it? They were more resources.
Human capital support is what it was.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So the campuses were targeted.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Absolutely. I am also a firm believer that human resources are more impactful sometimes than the instructional resources, right? So yes, it's a balance. It's a balance. The last slide we have is very similar to the one that we saw for reading. These are what are we doing now? What are our next steps? Number 1 and number 2, number 3, all the same. And then if we take a look at Zern, Zern is the resource that we use to provide intervention for students. So what that would look like in a math classroom is, as the teacher is pulling a small group of students, they have another handful of students who are working on Zern, which is a targeted intervention program for them. It's very prescriptive based on their assessment data. These are the components that need strengthening. This is the lesson you're going to receive. I am incredibly proud to say that our district has embraced Zern to the point now where we have East Central ISD coming to observe some of our classrooms whose Zern usage is absolutely spot on. We also have the actual company of Zern coming to do some promotional videos here within our district. Teachers have embraced this because when you talk about pulling levers and low-hanging fruit, Zern is one of them. It is low prep, high yield. Everything is already embedded for them based on the assessment. Not like back in the day when I was in the classroom and you're having to go through multiple resources to find something for one student, and then you have to find something else for 22 more. It's already done for them. It's incredible the way teachers have just embraced it. As well as that, we have identified some exemplar classrooms in pre-K through 5th for math as well. And then we are going to continue our partnership with Eureka and Great Minds. And Mr. Macias, hopefully you're going to vote yes on that tonight. So that we can make sure this high quality,
nice.
Yes, this high quality PD takes place throughout the year. Eureka Great Minds has been an incredible asset to us. They will go to campuses on demand and will present professional development either to the entire faculty or small groups of teachers. It's remarkable. And then the last piece on here is the Curriculum and Instruction Department has also put together a module launch. So right before we enter into a new module in math, teachers have an opportunity to come to the ERC and sit down and get intimate with this module before they go to the planning stage. So with a subject matter expert, one of the CNI math specialists, He sits with teachers and he says, this is what's up and coming. Here are some common misconceptions students are going to have coming in. Just know it right now and let's plan for it. And really going through that module piece by piece. So there's already that schema built with teachers before they go into the planning process.
Is it mandatory or voluntary?
It is voluntary. It is voluntary, but I think like other things, we have seen growth over time. We see more and more participants. So as that sort of gets traction, I think we will continue to see more. Dr. Fields had a great suggestion. He said, people can't always come to the PD, so let's get the PD to them. So he said, let's start recording these. Let's put a bank of these module launches so that teachers can access them. Because as we know, everyone learns differently. They may need to see it 2 or 3 times in order to really be familiar with it. If you take a look at the right side, very, very similar to what we talked about earlier with reading. I just want to remind you guys, we have that instructional vision committee coming up that we're very excited about. So lots of good things happening. Any other questions for me, concerns?
This is a small technical question about the previous slide.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm confused why all is 31 for both beginning of year and middle
Yes.
of year, but then the rest of them do not follow that trend?
Yes.
Like the math doesn't add up.
It
for me
doesn't
here.
add up, and here's why. Remember we talked earlier about the demographic information did not always follow students. So some of the different demographic information we see here is not absolutely correct. So what we did was we pulled all students directly from MAP. That way we did not have to worry about when it transferred over to Eduphoria. I felt like it was a little bit shady if I did not report what was in Eduphoria. So I put the demographic groups as they populated in Eduphoria. But the fact of the matter is we're 31 to 31, which is expected growth, right? That 31 to 31. But the goal is we want more than expected growth. We want expected growth plus closing gaps. So yes, we would love to see that 31 bigger than what it is.
So what I'm taking away from that is that we should not be so alarmed by the huge gaps in each of the demographic groups because that might not actually represent all of the students in those groups.
That is correct.
Okay, but
And
the
when
all is accurate.
The all is
Okay.
100% accurate. And when we do get all of NWEA and Eduphoria on the same page and we're able to accurately report this, we will come right back and go over it again. And if there are pieces that come up at that point, we'll put a plan together to address it.
I feel much better about that.
Well, you know, that's what I'm here for. That's
I'm
what I'm
very
here for.
glad I asked.
Anything else I can do for you guys? Yes, ma'am.
2 comments. Number 1, going back to what you said about, particularly at the STAR grade levels, instruction changes as STAR approaches. And what most people don't understand, and I spent most of my teaching career at grade levels that were all those alphabet letters and finally ending with STAR. STAR is a genre that we have to teach our kids. It is completely different and separate from any kind of reading and math that they do on a regular basis. And so it's incredibly important that we teach them the tricks that the test makers are trying to pull on them, how to look at the answer choices and eliminate those, how to actually read STAR passages, how to read math passages, because, you know, and if you don't know, analysis has been done on those, particularly on the math, and the sentence structure of those math tests is considerably above grade level if you actually break it down and analyze it. So there's a lot that goes on to make sure that our students are successful, that sometimes people out there in the world that aren't involved in it on the day-to-day basis don't understand. So, and I support it. We're graded on STAR. Until that goes away, that's going to happen. It's just going to be a fact of life. The other thing I want to say is I truly commend our teachers and our administrators and our district level people who are making it happen. This is really gratifying to see the dedication. I mean, I know it's there. But now we're bringing it forward, and we're seeing how teachers are given some supports that they need, how they're doing what they do best, instructing our students, and that we're giving that support that needs to happen. So I thank you to all of you, and I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Good evening. I am super excited about having Dr. Saunders as my counterpart in curriculum and instruction. It just gives a different ambiance to the data if you lived it. And the fact that she's been an elementary teacher and an elementary principal, she has a little bit of more of a insight to the data when she's talking about it. But we're really excited about, we've known each other for years, so to be able to work together like this has just been so exciting for both of us. And so I'm here to talk about 7th grade math. And you know that when we sat down and made the goals for 7th grade math, those long evenings that we spent together arguing, at the time that we were looking at it, 7th grade math was one of those areas that was of great concern to the board as well as to us in the CNI department, because 7th grade math was barely inching by with just the approaches. And our students were sitting around about 37% when we started talking about the goal that we were going to set. So the goal that we set for 7th grade math is on approaching grade level, because we had so many kids that were at a deficit when it came to 7th grade math. And so when we're looking at the data that we're looking at tonight, I want you to keep in mind that we started the talk about 7th grade math by looking at 5th grade, 6th grade, and then finally 7th grade. So we set the GPMs, the growth progress measures that we're using in MAP. We set those at the approaches grade levels in order for us to make sure that we're going to trend towards where we need to be for June 2027. The other thing I want you to keep in mind on this evening is that when we started this year, we started with the product that we had not used before. We were using Imagine Learning, which was giving us data that wasn't giving us a lot of insight into what exactly we needed to attack in order for our 7th grade students to move. So when we made the change to NWEA MAP, as well as adjusting our curriculum guides, it was all in the mindset that we were not going to be sitting at 37% this year. So this is 5th grade math. Now I want you to keep in mind, 5th grade math is the pinnacle of elementary, and so when kids get through 5th grade, they have had STAR testing 3 times in a row, and they've kind of, if you look at the TEKS that are ingrained in there, the TEKS are kind of aligned, and so kids are at this part are considered masters at the grade level that they're in. And so as you can look, we had some significant growth in 5th grade math when we took the MAP assessment at the beginning of the year. We were looking pretty good, but it looks like we jumped quite highly at the middle of the year assessment. So once again, we just like touching on what Kristen had said, that Dr. Saunders has said, is basically looking at that when they come in at the beginning of the year, the BOI is measuring them where they are at the beginning of the year. The MOI is now you're doing on grade level work where you're going to be. I know that, some of you may get really excited about the Asian performance, but remember, we're talking about a small population of students, but they did outperform everyone else within the student groups. I think the only one that we were looking at, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to ask if this data reflects the same situation as the previous data, where all is going to be like the most reflective, and that we might have some doubts about the demographic groups. Okay.
And we're feverishly working, because I'm like on edge because of Algebra 1. And so I know we're not talking about Algebra 1 tonight, but that's one of the another area that we have to continue to look at. We talk to like Eduphoria and MAP almost every day, trying to fix whatever. And we're not the only district that's calling them, because immediately when we saw what was going on with the data, we started calling everybody around San Antonio to see if they were seeing what we were seeing. So definitely looking at the overall performance, looking at that, and then looking at where the kids are. 6th grade math. Again, you can see what we're talking about where that emergent bilingual, that 0%, that's not accurate. Jumping to 52%. But we did see a significant increase from 41% to 53% for all students. Yes, ma'am.
When do you anticipate those that data coming in so that you can get the true assessment?
When Eduphoria gets tired of me calling. I'm going to be really honest with you. We're not the only district that's in this boat. And then they did an upgrade that also skewed some of our data. And so we had to have them come back in and pull data again in order for us to fix what was needed. Do you want to say something, Lacey?
So we have been working with Eduphoria over the last year. I know in the area for emergent bilingual, one of the issues that they had is the terminology by the state changed from English language learner to emergent bilingual. So at the beginning of the year, as we started sending them data, we were coding it as we should for PEIMS. They were ignoring the data and it wasn't loading, and it took some time for us to identify that information. We have sent them the correct data, we've sent them the correct titles, and we've worked on the backside of our database to try to get that information in there. As I believe Dr. Saunders said, the information inside of NWEA is correct. The issue has to do with the programming and the database side of Eduphoria, which we don't control on our side. Our only responsibility or our only ability is to provide the upload of the data to them, and it has to fit within their templates, and their templates are not working, and it is a statewide problem. So it is not just affecting us, but it is something that we have continually been working with Eduphoria on for weeks, if not months.
Can you guys talk a little bit about how we plan to address that moving forward?
We are, like she said, we cleaned up our rosters. A lot of it, we just did the high school batch. We had them uploaded again so we could get data that we could not pull before that out of Eduphoria. And so hopefully it's just taking one piece at a time and calling MAP and then calling Eduphoria, then putting Eduphoria and MAP together in the same call, and them having to try to figure out where they need to work at, and then giving specific directions to our technology department about what they need to do when they reload the data, reload the rostering again in order for us to pull the information for our students.
I thought we were going to, at least at the elementary level, aren't we going to fifth grade scan those in now? So
Yes,
we'll have
they
an
are
accurate
doing something
understanding?
different than what we're doing at secondary.
All right, go ahead.
So what we're going to do in elementary is, and elementary teachers are used to it, it's how we used to have to put our information in anyway. They're going to manually put in the data. They don't have to do anything like type every kid's name in and all their demographic codes. All that information is there. All they have to do is take what is reported through MAP and code that in. Were they well below? Were they below? Were they at or above? And so then we'll get a true reading based on demographic information of how those students are doing, because it's very nerve-wracking to just wait and be like, okay, how much longer? And we want to get, if at the bare minimum we can get that very, very clean data for EOY, that is incredible for lots of reasons, not to mention forward planning for the teacher that are receiving those students.
We will not be doing that at secondary. That's a lot of kids for a teacher to do. And so what we're trying to do is really work with them closely to make sure that our data will be clean for EOY, but as far as rostering it correctly in order for them to pull the data, because I cannot even, we come back to high school teachers and tell them they have to put in 100 and something scores for their students that they have enrolled. An elementary teacher only has 22, 23 kids. That's not 24, 25, 26. I hear y'all. I hear you. I hear you. Definitely. Yes, ma'am.
You said these are documents that have to be scanned in?
It's a rostering.
A roster? And it has
Yes.
to be scanned into the computer?
It has to be uploaded into the program. And then from the program takes it and meshes it and put it together. What's happening is that the rostering is not reading right in Eduphoria.
Okay. And my question is this: would it be possible for us to tap into our high schools for those students that need extra credit for, like the ones that come over to the elementary school and help the kids out sometime with reading in the library and stuff like that?
They're doing Saturday school, after school, before school, during school, offering tutorials. Is that what you're talking about?
Or to scan
To scan for the teachers.
The scan, it's not like that, yeah.
We can't do personal data.
No. We
Oh,
can't
hey,
do
I'm
that.
just asking,
No,
you know.
no. I like the fact that you're
I'm
thinking
trying
out
to
of the
get
box.
some help for the teachers
Yes,
because being that I have 4 of them
Yes,
in
ma'am.
Pashal, you know, I see what
Yes,
they're dealing
ma'am.
with. Boy, do I see.
Yes, ma'am. It's kind of like thinking outside the box, but we've thought of everything sitting in meetings with MAP and with Eduphoria, and when it comes to secondary, it's like a no-go. They want the rostering because it's just a sheer number of kids that we're talking about that they would have to put that information into the system. And they're testing in secondary, they're testing in English, math, and science. It's 3 tests at that time. So this is where we're sitting right now for 7th grade math. So we saw significant growth. If you look at, we started at 40% at the beginning of the school year, and we're right now at 53%. And so, and then if you're looking again, the areas of concern, as usual, is our special ed population. And we were kind of concerned about our 2 or more races, but it seems like we're recovering where we were at the beginning of the year. And then our emergent bilingual, because we don't have that baseline from the BOY, I'm excited about the 47, but I want to see where we were before I get too excited about it. So any question about the data? Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No, I kind of laughed a little bit about the start of your presentation about arguing. Yeah, there was definitely some discussion regarding
Yes,
that.
sir.
And this is one of those goals where I had wished we had focused more on the getting to grade level or at grade level.
Mm-hmm.
We ended up doing approaches, and all this growth has been good. So I too, just like with Dr. Saunders, I'm looking and thinking strategically. We had a presentation not too long ago that showed we were seeing a dip of enrollment in our middle schools, and so which meant a lot of parents are pulling their kids. I mean, because they're all in elementary, so trying to figure out what it is we need to do to transition this approaches goal to getting to all of the other ones grade level, because naturally if they're at grade level in 7th grade, 8th grade, going into high school, they'll be better positioned, students will be. So I wanted to just put that out there too, because I'd like some thought behind what we're doing at Metzger or Woodlake or Kitty Hawk, and so that we're not satisfied with approaches, because approaches still is not grade level. Math is a very critical component, just as much as reading. So I just want to make sure very clearly that I too am thinking, what is it that we need to do in a very critical area of 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. So.
And I think that we are doing it. That's why when you talk about what we're doing in CNI and what we're doing at the campus level and how we're supporting the campus, because we realize that approaches is approaching grade level. We want our kids on grade level. But the reality of it is last year at this time, what we were looking at, we were at 37%, which was not even close to where we needed to be in comparison to other grade levels and other tests. So we had to start at where we were and then quickly try to catch up, and then we can start looking. My goal, and this is what I'm hoping is going to happen at the end of this year, and this is what we've been working really hard on, is really making sure we meet our goal for approaches at the end of this year and not in 2027, so we can quickly turn our focus to on grade level. And so that's what we've been working on. One of the things that we really looked at when we were talking at, because this conversation started last year, we looked at it and looked at our curriculum guides and looked at the blended learning approach, where we talked about small group instruction. We talked about using the support of an instructional technology such as Mathia by Carnegie Math, which you may or may not see coming soon, is one of the things that we desperately really want to keep, that we're doing. They were offering it for free. It's not going to be free anymore after this year. And so one of those things that where it diagnoses where the kids is, and then when they're doing their studios or their blending learning stations, the students can work on the areas where they need more support on that. We have adjusted our curriculum guides, the tools that we give to our teachers, to really focus in on those low performing standards, the TEKS that we're showing consistent continual low performance in and really spiraling those back in. So we're just not teaching it in that unit and never coming back to it until we get ready to review for STAR. We're taking that away, and now the teachers are using it, and they will see it on assessments, on unit assessments, as well as warm-ups, because we need to make sure we keep those particular items in front of students from here on out. All of the new interactive items on the STAR 2.0 that our students are going to start seeing in April. We are now embedding that into everything that we're giving from the district office, as well. What's in the curriculum guides is also what is in the unit assessments, because we want our students to be ready, not seeing it for the first time on STAR in a couple of weeks. Professional development, we pull. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Toppin.
Yes, ma'am.
This is kind of separate, but
Okay.
on the same note. Actually, Dr. Saunders, it's probably more for you because it involves elementary school. We have one that's year-round, right?
Mm-hmm.
Converse Elementary.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a way for us to look at the students' performance at those schools, especially for the beginning of the school year, compared to our other students for next year, not this year? And the reason I'm asking is because, like, when the kids get out for summer, that brain dump, and then come back, whereas the year-round students are going to be year-round. And I'm just curious to see how they, are scoring differently on these tests, because we got second, third, and fifth
Yes, ma'am.
grade. Just something to put in the back of your mind for next year.
Yes, ma'am.
So, because we'll have the scores by then.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Absolutely.
So one of the things we did that was very different this year, we held professional development during the school day, and we pulled the grade level teachers off their campuses for reading, language arts, as well as math this year, 7th grade math. And we pulled 6th grade math, 7th grade math, and 8th grade math for an entire day and talked about conceptual teaching versus just problem solving. And it was greatly attended, and I thank our principals for being willing to cover classrooms and have everybody cover all those classes, because we didn't have subs, but they were willing to make sure that they could have our teachers pulled off during the school day so we could actually work with them and not try to wait, because people don't want to come after school. So have them during the school day for a full 8 hours was really beneficial for what we did, is coming out of Christmas and going into what we were going to do for this spring. We are also conducting instructional walks. We've been to all of the middle schools. We'll be all the middle schools tomorrow, walking classrooms, looking specifically at 7th grade math, but also looking at any other content area that we're looking at data, and data's not adding up. So we're walking and talking with the principals and academic deans, as well as the C&I coordinators, and meeting and talking about what we can do to support the teachers that we're seeing in those walkthroughs, and making sure that we're providing that extra layer of support, whether it be modeling lessons, coming into the classroom, working directly with students, providing on-site, on-job embedded professional development also. And then the academic leaders meetings, again, we're doing the exact same thing. Principals are welcome to come with any other team member that they have, so we can make sure that we have both of them hearing the same thing at the same time. And we're really excited about this Instructional Vision Committee. I know that there's a lot of things we've done in Judson in the past, but I strongly believe in systems. I believe in systems, because systems is how organizations grow. And so getting back to basics, talking about those classroom expectations, getting back to instructional strategies that are research-based and that are pushing and providing tools for teachers in order for them to move students, is where we need to be heading back to. I think sometimes we've gone completely the other way with the pendulum. We need to pull some things back into what we know works. Yes, ma'am.
When I was still teaching, I learned programs change, systems are consistent.
Yes, yes. And if you have a system in place, it's something that everybody in the organization knows this is how we do things here, and making sure that we're providing that level of consistency as a foundational piece, especially when we're getting in a lot of brand new teachers. We have to continue to make sure that we provide clear guidance. Any other questions?
Just a better understanding of programs, just because I understand the importance of systems, but systems change too. And
Yes.
so programs I see as a layer of reinforcement and support wherever there's a need for that. So you're not saying get rid of all programs.
No, sir.
So that's what I want to understand. I mean,
No,
certainly
sir.
there's
No.
application for that.
What I'm saying is if we're going to purchase a program and spend the money to have something like Mathia to help with 7th grade math, then every 7th grade teacher, every 6th grade teacher, every high school teacher needs to be using that particular program in the way it's intended to be used in order to support student growth. Which is like, if we're going to pay the money for it, then we need full implementation and fidelity.
Well, that's smart. Okay, well, thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Toppin. I'm excited about some of this information, particularly the 7th grade math. That is an area we're concerned about, and I'm very excited that it looks like, as we discussed during all those evening meetings, that these goals are not static, that they are fluid, that we will continue to assess and readdress and change and make them grow and go. We just don't change the boat in the middle of the stream.
Yes.
So during the year, we're observing, we're looking, and at the end of the year, we'll come back and look at those goals again and reevaluate, okay, were we too low? Based on all that information that we had no clue about, coming out of COVID, and I know we're tired of COVID, but it truly had an effect on our families. And so I'm excited that we're going to get to look at, are we going to raise these goals? Are we going to change it from this, that, to the other? So I'm very excited about that. And I don't want to be remiss in thanking all our secondary people as well for all their amazing hard work. I love it that it's looking like a team, that our principals are becoming more involved as instructional leaders. That's always been a need, I think, at campus level. And I appreciate the extra that you're going through and what you're doing. So thank you all.
Mr. Diaz has a question.
I'm going to ask a question, but you might need to decipher, because I'm a little nervous, especially with principals in the room. I might not be asking the right question. But I thought that at some point at the middle school level, because of the scheduling flexibility, the district had opted in to have like back-to-back classes that targeted reading.
Yes.
Does that sound accurate?
Yes.
Is that still the case?
Yes and no.
Okay. So I'm interested in both the yes and the no.
Okay. So yes, we still have what we call a literacy block. This year, in an attempt to bolster another area, we split that block. So the kids would come to the teacher one period and then come back to that teacher at the end of the day or in the middle of the day. In looking at our data and in talking with teachers, I think we need to go back to what I call the full block. So they will be back to back and not having the kids come back to the teacher at another time in the day. It did not it didn't flow
Sure.
the way we wanted it to.
And just for the full-throated conversation and to fully appreciate what the original intention was, what was the thesis of having that full block? I think I know what it is, but let's
The
just...
thesis to have the full block,
Yes.
the 90-minute block?
Yes, ma'am.
It is because reading and writing have to be taught simultaneously.
Okay.
And so the way the TEKS used to be, it used to be reading TEKS and writing TEKS. When they came out with the new standards, with the new TEKS, they put all of that embedded together. And so now we had to take the approach of, we need to have the time to teach in what we call a reading workshop manner, where kids are reading what they're going to write about and vice versa. And then using their reading as a mentor text to mirror in their writing. And in order to do that, you have to have the time to really go deep into the text and take it apart and analyze it from the viewpoint of author's purpose, looking at it from a grammar standpoint, all of those pieces before you even try to translate that into writing. And so when you have that time to do that, The students, you're not just throwing a bunch of pieces at them to read. You're picking well-written pieces of text that will allow the students to read it once as a reader and then as a writer. And then you use those texts as a basis to springboard into their own original writing. And so when we decided to go to this literacy block, it was before I got here, but our scores in reading and in writing were in need. And so in order to do that, we had to do something different, drastic. And we may not be like other districts that are around us that don't offer that literacy block, but I'm a firm believer that if a kid is struggling to read, that kid is going to struggle in every content area. And it's just going to continue to get worse and not better. So we do have a literacy block in elementary. Some of our kids are not ready to move from that. So having it in 6th and 7th grade gives us an opportunity to continue to work with a child before they hit high school and in 8th grade to get them ready and try to get them on grade level, both reading and writing.
And it sounds from an academic perspective, since we're not doing that now and we are hyper-focused on student outcomes, your recommendation would be to go back to that.
Yes, sir.
I would say that it's more than a recommendation. For all the middle school principals in the room, the priority will be the coupling of the English classes and not the athletic class going forward. So feel free to make the change in your master schedule.
You guys are making that change effective for next school year.
Effective next school year. Please don't change the master schedule for tomorrow. But definitely next year we will do that.
And they're really glad to hear that, sir.
Yes. Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Thank y'all so much.
Thank you. That was very comprehensive.
If I could, for the administrators, you guys can feel free to leave at this point. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Appreciate
Thank
you.
you. All right. So as we move on, that was item 4. I can't even decipher all the letters and numbers that we just covered. But now we'll be moving on to item 5, which is consideration of consent items. We have items A through M. Are there any board members that would like to pull any of those items?
Letter D.
Okay, letter D for Mr. Macias. Any others? Okay. Is there a motion for the remaining items?
I move that we accept letters A through C, E through M.
Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded, so we'll be voting on items 5A, B, C, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, and M. And that's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. And I'll name that Miss Eaton stepped out to take a bio break, and she'll be right back, but we'll proceed with voting. I swear I'm pushing the button. There we go. I think our technology person has a way to mark absent. Or not absent, but something did not vote. Okay.
Okay.
I don't know why it's not now displaying, though. He's telling me something, but I can't read lips. Do I need to push a button? There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay. That motion passes unanimously with a 6-0 vote, given that Ms. Eaton had to step away. All right. So we will, Mr. Macias, you pulled item 5D, consider and take action regarding approving expenditures equal to or greater than $50,000. What would you like to ask there?
Yes. Is this the item you're talking about, Dr. Saunders? Okay, just want to make sure, just curious on that too. No, I like this information. I just had a question about how we're going to measure this investment. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Definitely. The program itself is connected to Eureka Math that we use at the elementary level. It will provide for on-site training, so the $50,000 or $54,000 that are on here for that, that's what we'll do. They'll be coming in to provide training. It'll be in addition to the program that we currently use already. In addition, there are so many extra uses of handouts and things that we can use for them, but we don't have a structured textbook that we can give. This will allow us to buy them for the district, K through 5, across the district, and provide that for all of our campuses, so they don't have to make copies or do any of the other things. So they're providing some of those materials now, but they're making copies. Now we'll be able to give each of the students a book, a handout.
I appreciate the more thorough explanation.
Yes.
That's all I have.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say I'm glad that they are coming in to do
Correct. The on-site training.
The on-site training. Yeah, I'm glad they're doing it. That's it.
Are there any other questions or comments about that item? Okay.
I move that we approve expenditures equal to or greater than 50,000.
It's been moved. That's been moved by Mr. Macias and seconded by Ms. King. We will proceed to vote. Okay, that item passes unanimously, now 7-0, as Ms. Eaton has returned. All right. So we'll go on to the next item 6, discussion and consideration of action items. 6A, discussion and possible action regarding the approval of the Judson ISD District of Innovation renewal for Judson ISD for 2023 through 2028. Wow.
5-year plan. Yes, ma'am.
All right.
So I will get right to the meat of this. I know Ms. McKinney is waiting diligently to make sure that we follow through. I can tell you that the District of Innovation Plan is one that Ms. Davis kind of spearheads. She's gone through, we run this through our district site-based committee. There are several areas that we're asking for that we've done in the past, most of them. The first one is the school start date. Typically, the state says that you have to start by that Monday or on the Monday, the third Monday of the month of August. This allows us to start a couple of weeks early. We're able to structure our semesters a little bit better to where they're more evened out, first and second, and we're able to complete our instruction for the students prior to the summer or prior to June. So we would like to be able to continue with that. We've done it in the past. And in terms of the certifications, we spoke about this, I believe, last board meeting. And one of the questions, or maybe it was the budget meeting that we spoke about it, I apologize. And Mr. Macias asked how many teachers that we have. We said about 102. We went through our budget cycle with the principals and asked them how they felt about those District of Innovation teachers, the ones that we were allowing to come in and teach without the certifications. And I can tell you that out of the 102, more than 90 have been asked to come back. So that is a really good return rate. As we said before, the way that those contracts read is at the end of their particular years, then we have to invite them back again. It's not like it's an automatic renewal. They're not on a Chapter 21 contract. We would ask that we can be able to continue to move along with that. We have degreed individuals in those classrooms, and it avoids the need for subs and inconsistency. And it's really paid off. We just got a lot of rave reviews on a lot of those teachers that we were bringing in. In addition, the admissions transfer and attendance, You know that one of the requirements from the state is that once a student is transferred from one campus to the other or from one district into our district, we're supposed to keep them throughout the instructional year. Can you not hear me? Oh.
No, I made a mistake. I think I accidentally pushed the button twice and it moved it to vote, so I need Russ to roll it back one step. I'm sorry. Usually I have to press it really hard and then it just did it easily. Sorry about that. Keep going.
Yes, ma'am. So this in the District of Innovation will allow us to hold the student to their attendance, discipline, and grades. And if they don't do what they're supposed to on those, then we'll be able to send them back immediately to either their previous district or to the campus that they belong to. And then we would like to couple our shack with our district site base. There are requirements from the state that says that you have to have a certain number of people on the shack committee. They have to meet a certain amount of times throughout the instructional year. This allows us to run the shack with the district site base, which is a huge assistance for the district as well. So we're asking for that. And for the last one, number 4, basically we were asking for a waiver not to have to report to the state when we hit more than 24 students or 24 or more in a class. And it's not that we were trying to staff at that level. It's just that there is a requirement that once you hit that, you have to, or once you achieve 24 students in the class, you have to write a statement to TEA to let them know of what classes throughout your district you've gotten to 24. We were trying to not have to have that responsibility. We made a bunch of conditions that we feel will prevent us from even reaching that mark. One of them is that we used to staff at our snapshot, which is the last day in October. But from October to February, there could be an increase of the students in each one of those schools. So this year we staffed at the current number of students in the February in which we did our staffing. In addition, we staffed at 22-1. Now we staffed at 21-1. And per Mrs. McKinney's recommendation, we staffed at 21-1 K through 5, not just K through 4. So we were able to make sure that all of our classes at that level have a projection of an accurate number of students that they currently have at their campuses, as well as 21-1 K through 5. In addition, we started the registration process early to where now we'll be able to determine whether or not our classes at a particular campus are getting to a level where we need to put more staffing there ahead of time. We won't have to wait until the students show up because they're already registering in those increments that we have going forward. Based on that, we'd ask that we just pull that particular portion from this District of Innovation and not even consider it. And if we find ourselves in that situation, we'll do the reports that are necessary for TEA. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Fields, would you repeat what you said about shack? You said it's going to be combined with number
Right.
4?
No, it's going to be combined with the district site base. So basically with SHAC, you have to have a certain number of community members on it, certain number of teachers, parents. What we're trying to do is combine that grouping with our district site
with
base.
the district site base.
That way we don't
I
have a
see.
different set of parents and
I
teachers
see.
and people
Thank you,
coming
sir.
in for the other ones. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Didn't we shorten the window that open for open? Didn't we shorten that window of time for out-of-district registration?
You're absolutely
so
correct.
that
Yes, ma'am.
we can have more control over it? Thank you
Yes,
you
ma'am.
so much.
So now we don't have it open all year long where people can go in and out of the district all year. You have this window in which you can be out of district and come in. If you don't meet that window, you'd have to reserve yourself for next year. Or
Thank you.
look at-
Thank you,
Yes,
sir. That was a great move.
So we would ask that you guys approve the District of Innovation proposal absent number 4 with the amendment of number 4.
So what I'd like to do, Madam President, is offer a motion to amend the proposed DOI to eliminate number 4, and then we could vote on that and then vote on the plan as amended. So I move that we eliminate number 4 from the current District of Innovation plan proposal.
Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote on that motion. Yes, we're just voting on taking 4 out. Yeah. Okay, so that motion passes unanimously. Next we'll proceed to discussing the rest of the District of Innovation Plan. If anybody has questions about that. Mr. Macias?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Fields. I appreciate your responsiveness to our teachers in
Yes,
regards to the one that we just amended. I go to great lengths to talk to TSTA and AFT, and they had some enormous concerns regarding both of them. So thank you. I did also want to just have a brief discussion because at our budget meeting, I did raise some concerns regarding paying non-certified teachers salaries that were on par with teachers that were certified. And so I appreciate the information that was provided. I think after I received that additional information that I requested, I was impressed with the way that it's being approached and the rubric that's attached with it and all of the work to ensure that we are still bringing in folks that are going to be future teachers. And so obviously my concerns were addressed.
Yes, sir.
So I just want to commend you and thank you for that as well, for ensuring that that was done. So I don't have any reservations, but since again I brought it up, I wanted the community to know that we've looked through that and I think we're on a good trajectory.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, sir.
And then the other question, I know you would check the legalities regarding the shack and the site-based, so it's good. So we're still going to have community members as a part of?
They're part of the site base now. Yes, sir.
Okay. With a window of opportunity for them to put their hat in the ring if they want to be on the committee. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Are there any other questions about the District of Innovation Plan?
I move we approve the District of Innovation Plan as amended.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. Okay, and that passes unanimously. We will move on to item 7, discussion items and reports. The first one, A, is Judson Education Foundation 2022 State of the Foundation.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. So as the agreement from the Judson Education Foundation and the district, I am here to showcase the state of the foundation as of last year and the team. Whoa, we're getting ahead of ourselves. The amazing team has put together this beautiful video to kind of go over what you guys already have in your packets. And what Betty is handing out is another amazing marketing material that we have created to kind of send out to our partners and our donors to showcase what we've done in the past year. So I'm going to play this little video for you guys. The Judson Education Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that seeks financial support from community and corporate donors to provide and sustain district-wide opportunities for educational excellence in Judson ISD. In 2022, Jeff celebrated 23 years of fundraising to subsidize innovative teacher grants and student scholarships. Here are some of the highlights over the last year. Jeff was proudly able to support 58 student scholarships, totaling $71,500, and awarding 25 teacher grants for innovative learning, totaling $47,594. Whether it's time, money, or an in-kind donation, the success of our foundation depends on the generosity of our community and corporate partners. While we honor and appreciate all of our partners, we would like to especially recognize our top 10 corporate sponsors for 2022. With your continued support, the Judson Education Foundation is able to enrich teaching, inspire learning, and provide opportunities for excellence in education for all students in the Judson Independent School District. So, as you all know, the mission of the foundation is to raise monies for grants and scholarships for our teachers and students here in the district. So that was just a highlight of what we have done back in 2022. As we've moving forward in 2023, we've already had our gala that was super successful. Thank you for everyone's support. And upcoming, we have many other events that in the brochure, you'll see like our dates, it's upcoming events. So if you want to pencil that in your calendars as well. So if anyone has any additional questions, I am here to answer those for you. Yes,
Not a question, but a comment. I just want to say that the gala was superb. Absolutely superb. I love that facility. I felt like it gave everybody a lot of elbow room. People really, truly stepped up in the donations as well. And so I want to thank anybody who is out there listening that had any part to do with the gala. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
I'll also name that one of the sponsors told me that they like our gala the best because it's the most fun.
Fantastic. That's some great feedback. Thank you. And I just wanted to thank Mr. Macias, who is our board liaison from the foundation, and Dr. Fields, who's now sitting on our board, for your support and help and everything that you do. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Hold on.
Yes, sir.
I have to say, you don't have to thank me. You do a phenomenal job, and your board does a phenomenal job. So
Thank you.
thank you for all your hard work.
Of course, it's my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lexi.
Thanks, Lexi.
Because I'm telling you, when I walked, as always, when I walked in there, I was like, how does she do it? Get all these prizes
It's not
and
just
stuff.
me. The communications department has a lot to do with the support to the foundation and to my job title. The support of the board and of senior staff to let our department grow has been a true blessing. So thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to item 7B, discuss sustainable materials at district facilities. Ms. Pichelle, this was your item.
Yes, ma'am, but I believe that Ms. Keaton is going to give the
Okay,
presentation.
great.
Okay, good evening. President Rodriguez, Board of Trustees, Dr. Fields. I'm here tonight to talk about a couple of topics. One is xeriscape, one is solar panels. With the board, it was brought to us by Ms. Pichelle, and I really appreciate her coming to us to ask more information about what we do all day, every day, how it affects the district. And so I'm going to present a little bit of information at the end. If y'all have any more questions that we don't answer, please feel free to ask. Okay, so the question came to us about xeriscaping across the district. And if it's something that we do, if it's something we consider, what do we currently do? What do we think about moving forward? We've got a couple of projects that were, one, the design for the middle school is finished, but it's fixing to get awarded. And then, of course, we're going to be designing an elementary school. So xeriscape, in my mind and many people's minds, it can be several different things. But I think when you think of xeriscape, what you're thinking of is lower maintenance costs, trying not to water every single thing in the whole world, because this is all overhead for the district to have to pay. So one of the things, and I thought about this as I was looking at this a while ago, I was looking at it and I said current irrigation coverage is limited to about 20 to 30% of the site. What I should have said is the district is very good, and we limit our irrigation to 20%, but that means that we don't irrigate like 80% of the campuses, right? So we do that to save money for the district. So I probably should have flipped that to make it look better, but it just dawned on me earlier. Another thing that we do is the plant selections that we plant. We try to stay within what's native to this region so that we don't have to pour a lot of water on it. Some of it just grows on its own, right? So we do that. Weeds, yes. In my yard too, So as we go into design of a new school, one of the things that we always have to remember as a district is that we do have codes that we have to comply with, or we won't get an occupancy certificate at the end of the day. And in Judson ISD, we're unique. We have seven different municipalities that we have to deal with. So Live Oak, Converse, San Antonio, Bexar County, Kirby, Selma, Universal City, they're all different and their codes vary. Some more stringent than others, but we do have to comply with that. So mainly how it affects us from a design perspective is the landscape code and the tree ordinances. So if we go on a site and we tear down a heritage tree, we have to replace it with multiple trees. And if that's where the building's going to sit, sometimes that's just the way it catches us. And so we have different things that we have to think about, but we do always keep in mind what are the best plants for the region that we're in and what is the most drought tolerant. And I'll show you a plan in a minute that shows visually so you can see how much of the site we don't irrigate just to try and save those dollars for the district. And here it is. So on this plan, you'll see like all the athletic fields. So those are really just about the only thing that we water other than right around the front of the building, right? They kind of look yellow on this plan. Those are the fields. And then right around the front of the building and maybe one island, parking lot island out front, those little landscape beds, we are required to water. But that's pretty much it. The whole rest of that site, everything in green, is just native. You know, we planted originally, we used drought tolerant grass like Bermuda, Tiff Bermuda, all the planting that's drought tolerant so that we can save on all that expense. So I think the district does a very good job of evaluating going in what that looks like. There was a question that came to me and they said, what about all the planting beds? Because we have tried a few things that didn't quite work. And so we built planting beds potentially at the front door of a school, some even right outside the back. What ends up happening is because we don't water and we don't get enough rain in South Texas, especially San Antonio sometimes, even those native areas die. And then they become dirt boxes because the staff at the campuses, they do not have time to maintain all that. They have their hands full on a day-to-day basis. We've outsourced a lot of our mowing, and the reason we did that is because it's less expensive for the district because we don't have all the employees, the overhead expense, the mowers, the trucks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we spend across the district about $500,000 a year for the mowing, and that's incredible because we have hundreds of acres that need to get mowed, and so we've done a really good job. We need to reevaluate a little bit the planting beds because what happens also too is they become dirt, and then all the rocks filter to the top. And then the little kiddos pick up the rocks, and then they break the windows. And then we have to go repair the windows. So, we think about these things. It is something the board has always asked the question and followed up just to make sure it's something that we're constantly thinking about. And I just want to assure the board that we do really pay attention to that. In the district over the years, just from the facilities, going around and looking at the facilities, they've done a really good job. Oh, well, I highlighted this. There you go. That's red. That's the fields. So then the plant schedule, I just want to show you, this is off a set of drawings that we actually put together to bid. And so the trees are, cedar elms, oak trees, Monterey oaks, everything that's native. And then the plant material, again, is jasmine, rosemary, lantana, all the things that you see in this region.
Ms. Keaton?
Yes, ma'am.
May I interrupt you
Absolutely.
for a second? So those beds that are in the front of some of those schools, and of course, the school that I think of the most is Copperfield.
Copperfield, Wortham Oaks, they're all the same plan.
So what's the solution for those?
So the only reason that I haven't made a recommendation to the board on those planting beds at this time is because some of those campuses like Copperfield, we are going to go back in and do repairs to Copperfield's one of them, Converse Elementary's one. So all of those defects that we had. So I haven't asked maintenance to go put any money into those beds yet, because when we redesign
I see.
the fix around those campuses.
I was wondering if the campus itself could use those for their gardens.
Some of them.
If they chose to plant
Yes,
gardens.
ma'am. And some of them have planted gardens. What will happen, and what I've seen through the years, is you will have a teacher, and that's kind of her thing.
Yeah.
She wants to go in, establish a garden, she wants to teach the kids, and she pours a lot of love into that garden. And then she gets transferred to another campus, and then we don't have the teacher that has the love of the garden, and so it kind of dies right there on the vine. And so, as a district, if it's part of curriculum, generally you can keep it going, right? But if it doesn't have a curriculum component to it, it generally doesn't last very long. So we will evaluate, and of course we will get with CNI and we'll talk to Ceci and we'll see what we can come up with as a team. I certainly don't want to make that recommendation. I know they've been doing a lot of hard work on CNI and what we need to do moving forward. So I would like to get their input on that. To me, I'm happy to do whatever the district needs and supports the students. Any more questions on Xeriscape? Okay, so another topic, and one that is popular, not popular, is solar. And we have seen a lot of solar panels pop up around town. And there's a couple of solar array farms, acreage in our district that you drive by if you drive across 1604 to Interstate 10. Yeah, by Metzger. So it is something that we should consider. And I will say that during the design of the middle school, it was something that we talked about at the very beginning of design. Okay. The one thing that was a concern is when the 2021 bond failed, and we saw such a dramatic increase in construction cost, we were really concerned about adding any more cost at that time. And what we saw when we just bid the middle school is a 22% increase in the cost of the school. So when you do solar, there's a lot of things that you have to consider. Solar panels for a school are not the same as a solar panel at your house, okay? So the solar panels, when you design a school that you want to potentially do solar, you have to think about the roof area that you have. You have to think about which way the building is oriented. Like, does it face the sun? In many cases, ours don't. You have to think about the structure of the building. You have to think about the building envelope. How much real estate do you have? Are you going to put it on the roof or on the ground, or what are you going to try to do? So to really approach solar in a very methodical way, you should really do an assessment. And I will say, in talking to Northside ISD, it is something, they passed all these bonds and they've completed their bonds, and they are just now today starting to do an assessment on solar. So we may not be quite there as a district because we have some things that we need to do first. So when you look at solar, the one thing I think as a board you should understand is, like, when we get solar energy, it is never going to run the whole school. Like, it's not like you're swapping solar for your electric bill for that campus. It's going to pay a portion, but it's not you're going to get rid of the electricity because you're going to use solar, because it will pay for, it'll generate portion, but like some of our chill water systems that we use for our air conditioning, the solar energy is not going to operate that kind of a system. Now, what it could do is potentially you put in smaller solar arrays. It could run your parking lot lighting, for instance, or it could run your exterior lighting. It could run the lighting at potentially your football fields or something like that, but it would be on a smaller scale. And so there's a place, and I think we can certainly look at that if the board would like us to do that. But I just didn't want anybody to think that we get 100% of this and we eliminate that, because some people do think that it will completely do away with your, yeah, no, it's not. You're right. So one of the things that always comes up is who finances the project. And years ago, CPS gave huge rebates for solar. And I think that was probably 6 or 7 years ago. But today, the maximum amount rebate you can get from CPS is $80,000. So that's not going to get you a solar anything. You could also pay for it up front, out of pocket, but it would be very expensive endeavor for the district to do. You can also get grants. There are some grants, but you might be able to do one campus, but certainly not a district-wide initiative. And then the last way, which some districts are considering, is there are vendors who will come in and they will install solar for your campus. They will finance it for you, but they take all the credits you get from CPS, any rebates you get, any grants you apply for. They take all that money because they paid for it for you, and the payback can be anywhere from 7 to 15 years. So then you think, okay, I have, and then you've got to replace it, right? So then it's on the roof of the building, and another thing you have to consider is you already have a building that has a roof that's 10 years old. You got to re-roof it at year 25, and then you have to take all the solar off, re-roof it. And in talking to a roofer, he said it adds about anywhere from $300,000 to $600,000 to the cost of a new roof to take it off and put it back on. And so, again, I think doing an assessment, which way is the best way to attack it? Can we use it in limited locations? Could we use it as a teaching tool? Again, that goes back to, can we add it to what we're doing in CTE? Does it become a curriculum piece? I don't know. But as a district, we'd really have to evaluate how to best utilize it for the district. So, any questions? Yes, ma'am.
So what I'd like to know is, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the answer to the question that I had
Absolutely.
Comparatively speaking, what is the cost comparison of solar versus CPS, electricity, and to what degree? So you did answer that question for me, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you continue to keep up with the type of assessment that Northside is doing? And periodically, because we do have our own priorities right now.
Yes.
We just passed a bond, and so we do have a priority on the improvements that need to be made towards safety and security and the building of our new schools. But what I would like to know is, would you keep it on your radar to what type of assessments we can make for our district? And keep it on the back burner at least. It's not in the forefront, but would you keep it in mind?
Absolutely. So what I've done is I've talked to both Bernie and Northside ISD. So Bernie ISD, their operations guy is Henry Acosta. They just bid an elementary school. And what they did with their elementary school is they made it solar ready. So what that means is the structure, the foundation, the structure, the roof, and the electrical system and mechanical system, because that's really the big things you've got to think about ahead of time. They did go ahead with their elementary school and made the decision to make it solar ready. The price of the school did come in $4 million over budget, more than what they had in the bond. Okay, so, I'd hate to design the whole school on the elementary school. The middle school, we're kind of too late in the game, but we could do it on the elementary school. My fear is we get it all designed and then we come in over budget. And based on the way things are coming in price-wise right now, Bernie's struggling, Northside is struggling. They're getting one bid from a general contractor on their schools, and on a couple of them, the budget came in 25% over. It's a challenging bid market right now, so I wouldn't recommend at this time that we do something that potentially we know is going to impact that, because I don't know when the marketplace is going to stabilize. We saw a little bit of stabilization a couple of months ago, and so I was so excited, and I thought, this is great. And then we share bid tab information, which is, after the job bids. And then I started getting really, really anxious. But, yeah, it's
Can solar panels be put on any kind of roof? I know a lot of our schools have metal roofs. So does it matter whether it's metal or shingles? Or
It varies. So on a built-up roof, yes, obviously you can put solar panels on that. If you go over to IKEA across the highway here, they have a whole solar panel array on their roof. Like the roof is almost solid solar panels, and it's on a built-up roof, right? So on a metal roof, so you take a building like Franz. So Franz, the roof is the roof. It doesn't have a sublayer. So you can't take the roof off that building, or you're looking at a teacher and all the kids in the school. So you would not want to put solar panels on that roof, because the potential for leaks, and then we're constantly chasing leaks. And it's very uncomfortable for the campuses to have all these additional issues they got to deal with. So on Franz, no, on a metal roof, I'm probably less inclined to recommend that you put solar on a metal roof than I would be if it is modified bitumen, built-up roof, even a PVC roof, like any other kind of roof, because we can put some controls in place that would protect us from that. But a solar array does add a lot of penetrations on the roof that otherwise would not be there. So the maintenance, plus you need to think about maintenance, because we have no employees currently that know how to maintain a solar array on a roof.
But can you speak more to whether or not the roof can sustain the weight to the structure of the walls and the infrastructure that needs to be able to maintain that weight?
Well, at the present time, we would have to evaluate, will the structure hold it? And every school that we have, they're all built a little different. Some have masonry walls, some have steel support, some are concrete supported. So you'd almost have to give me a campus or two to compare, and then I could tell you. But that's part of that assessment of what do we have, what can we do with it, how can we move it forward. And yes, we'll continue to monitor everything that Northside's doing, everything that Bernie's doing, even Southside or SASD. I gather data all the time, and I try to keep my ear kind of out there, what everybody else is doing. That gives us good information, budgeting, guidance, all of that. So,
Ms. Keaton, thank you so much for taking the time to do this.
absolutely, ma'am. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to item C, discuss board self-evaluation. In your board packets, you have the standard instrument that we've been using for the board self-evaluation. We're not going to do the evaluation today. What I'm asking everybody to do is to complete that on your own time. If you'd like a paper copy of it, Betty can provide that for you. And then if you could email your self-evaluation to Betty by April 6th, then I'll compile and we can discuss everything by the April meeting. So April 6th is when I was looking at the calendar, I was thinking we have a lot going on the following week after that. And so I was like, let's get it done. That week is kind of a dead week for our superintendent search. Not a dead week, but we don't have any meetings. So that gives everybody time to turn that in, and then we'll have that done. We'll discuss at the April meeting. The regular April meeting. We have lots of meetings in April, but it'll be the regular board meeting. Any questions about that for anybody? Is there anybody right now who would like to tell Betty you would like a paper copy of that? I just did. Okay, great. People raise their hands. And then you don't need to, if you want to give her the actual physical paper copy, that's that's fine. But if you also just want to email, here are my numbers, that's also fine. And then, Betty, I'll take care of putting it into a spreadsheet if you just send it back to me. I don't want to create more work for you. Okay. All right. Are there any other questions about the board self-evaluation? Okay. And then 7D, Statement of Impact Amendment submitted by the following charter schools: School of Science and Technology, San Antonio area; School of Science and Technology, Schertz area; Triumph Public High Schools, Laredo; Somerset Academies of Texas. I think, Dr. Fields, these are the standard things we always get. Yeah.
We've already submitted it.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions about those or comments? All right. So we'll go on to item 7E, update on board training, conferences, events, and board committee updates. And I'll go one by one. Ms. Knoyer.
Thank you. I attended governance camp in Galveston, and it's always one of the best conferences because it's the student voices there, but went to a couple of really good sessions that I was excited about. I'm one of the members of the district safety committee, and we had a meeting this week, and then I also attended the 2 community meetings that the safety committee put on to let community members and parents know about our standard response protocol. And all of our staff members, as well as board members tonight, have this particular card that shows the language that we'll be using consistently beginning very, very shortly. And then I attended the Distinguished Educator Awards and the Years of Service ceremonies, which are always great times to celebrate our amazing staff. So it's kind of what I've been up to.
Thank you. Ms. King.
Good evening. I was able to attend the Judson Education Foundation Gala, which was great. It was a great venue, decor, and it was just so great being able to see our supporters there, different sponsors, and also to be able to meet our award recipients that evening. So that was great. Also, I was able to attend the Distinguished Educator and Novice Teacher of the Year award ceremony, as well as the Spirit of Judson Award ceremony, and it was just an honor to be able to meet those incredible educators and to congratulate them and for all their service in the district. Also, let's see here, April 10th is our tentative, looks like date for the next Innovation Committee meeting. So that's going to take place here at 5:30 p.m. And that is all.
Thank you. Ms. Eaton.
Hello, I just had to clarify something. I too went to the Jeff Gala. That was awesome, Lexi. Had a great time. I don't know how to gamble, so I ended up giving my chips away. My feet were hurting. I went to the military ball and had the opportunity to go to the San Antonio Zoo with the all the kindergartners from Bashaw. And the day before, went on a trip with the pre-K 4 classes. We went to the aquarium. That was great. So a lot of time with the kids. Love it.
Thank you. Mr. Diaz.
The audit committee should be having a meeting coming up in the next couple of weeks. I will post as we try to finalize our selection of candidates for the chief internal auditor to bring forward to the board. So once we have that date, we'll set that.
Thank you. Mr. Macias.
Yes, I had a very wonderful time. I went with AFT to Austin to advocate for our teachers, and it was a phenomenal experience to be there and talk with our legislatures under that. We always need to support teachers, so great opportunity. Also attended the educator event yesterday. We're here for our teachers, so I certainly want to be there. And I guess to echo Mr. Diaz's point, we do need to have a meeting, but we've got a lot of meetings coming up, so I'm hoping we can squeeze that in. But anyway, that's all.
Thank you. Ms. Pichelle.
Went to Galveston and in March, and last night attended the Spirit of Judson Awards and the Service Educators Awards ceremony. It was very, very nice. And on a side note, this is not a board training or conference, but it is an event. And I have been fortunate enough to be, for the last 5 weeks, a track coach with the Girls on the Run organization at Pichelle Elementary. And we've got 5 more weeks. These kids are learning to cooperate with one another, get along with each other, and get a lot of good exercise. So I'm proud to be a coach there.
That's great. Thank you. I have not attended any trainings in the last month, and I'm sure I've attended events. I went to the 2 basketball games at the Alamo Dome and attended the Distinguished and Novice Educators Award. I wasn't able to make it last night because of a work commitment, but many kudos to the many educators who have given so many years of service to Judson and being honored last night. All right, so that is that item. So we are now up to item 8, which is our closed session. So the board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Item 8A, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussing personnel, the personnel report, and updates, including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments. Number 1, Director of Health Services. Item B, pursuant to the Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with the district's attorney regarding legal issues related to employee compensation. And item C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding legal issues pertaining to employee complaint investigation. The time is now 8:42 p.m., and we are going into closed session. All right. Are we ready? Okay. The board will now reconvene in open session. The time is 10:04 p.m. No final action, decision, or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. We'll move on to item 9, consider and take possible actions regarding items discussed in closed session. Item A, consider and take possible action regarding the personnel report and updates, including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments, directors of health services. Do I have a motion?
I move we approve the personnel report as presented in closed session.
Thank you. Okay, that's been moved and seconded. It was seconded by Ms. Eaton. We'll proceed to vote. The item passes unanimously. We'll move on to item B, consider and take possible action regarding employee compensation issues. Is there a motion?
I move we proceed as discussed in closed session.
Is there a second? Second. That's been moved and seconded by Ms. Eaton. We'll proceed to vote. And that item also passes unanimously. So there being no further business, we will adjourn at 10:05. Thank you.